Well, problems, but what's the radar saying? They're ready for a while or?
Torres.
PGA Championship. Please welcome the team from Florida, Tyler Collins.
Good afternoon, fellow South Florida PGA members. Hope all are doing well. Thank you for joining us. We're live here from the new section headquarters here at West Palm Beach Golf Park. And we would ask all if you could please place your computers on the screen off portion as well as your mute, placed on mute. We would certainly appreciate it. To kick things off, we're going to have the playing of our office tour video led by our executive director, Jeff Homestead.
Welcome to the new South Florida PGA headquarters. Today we're broadcasting live for the annual meeting. Come on in, let me show you around. So this is the lobby area for South Florida PGA building and the community programs for the Park West Hall. We'll look in here first, the community programs room. This is the area where the park does their after-school programming. They'll bring some kids in here for tutoring, math classes, art classes, and then they'll go out and teach them the game of golf out on the in the practice area here at the park. Here's a Tammy. Can you buzz us in? There you go. Come on in. So this is the main hallway for the new office, proudly displaying our 2019 Herb Graphis Award. The way we've kind of designed the office is all the exterior areas are the offices, and the interior areas of the office would be what we would consider our shared spaces. So as we come in, here's Tammy paying a few bills. Wave, Tammy. The first room we have is what we call our Don Beatty Past President's Room. And so if you come in here, we have all the section past presidents displayed here. This room is named after Don, who was a past president of the section, member of our Hall of Fame. Unfortunately, we lost Don at far too young of an age in 2006. And since then, the members and those involved at the Country Club of Marisol, where Don worked, wanted to have him memorialized. So we're happy to be able to put Don's name on the past president's room. We also proudly have our Challenge Cup trophies displayed up there, winning team for the Challenge Cup and Senior Challenge Cup. So we continue down the hall. Here's Seth in there working on the next prep tour event. This area here would be the area for our interns, and also displays a lot of stuff with our foundation, our tagline here up on the wall. We change lives through the game of golf, which is what we're doing. And up here on the wall, we have some pictures of some of our foundation programs, the Quantum House Smiling for Life, PGA Hope there. We have a group that got to play at the Bears Club, and Jack Nicklaus greeted them there. And next picture over would be Habitat for Humanity wall raising. And kind of as you go down the wall, these are some significant events that we've had in our section history. And as we come down further, this wall here signifies some of our what I would consider historical moments in the section. First PGA professional would ever be Golf Professional of the Year, and inducted into our Hall of Fame in the same year, Victor Tortorisi. Two of our longtime volunteers, the late Brendan Cunningham and Marty Price. Those of you who play in events, you certainly recognize them by their socks. This is Justin Birch when he played in that looks like his second of 2 straight PGA championships. Up here was the first one when Justin was on the leaderboard, first round of the PGA Championship. This is Kevin Maroney, who served as executive director of the South Florida PGA for 25 years, along with one of our most colorful members, Danny St. Louis. And of course, we had to have a picture of the South Florida PGA pale ale here, and certainly one that's special to all of us, the late Tom Yeager, when he and Meredith played in one of their golf marathons. And by the way, a kid named Brooks Koepka here when he won one of our junior events a few years ago. As we move around here, this is what we consider those that have impacted PGA of America on the national level. This is our association service, Tom Wodenhouse, serving on the board of control, doing kind of a second term, so to speak, closing up somebody else's term that had to move off the board of control. These are our national district directors, starting with Bobby Goodman and Roger Kennedy Sr., Al Chandler, Steve Cox, and most recently Mark Van Dyke. And this board here would be all of our national event champions in their era whenever they played. We've done pretty well with the Senior PGA Professional Championship, have a couple assistance winners here. And then this board would be all of our national award winners that won the award when they were active members of the South Florida section. We have others have moved into the section. These individuals won the award when they were members of the section. So continuing on, this is our workroom area where everything happens with all of our printing. We won't walk out into our storeroom area. That's probably the messiest part of the building, but a necessary part of the building. And then as we look down the end of the hallway, one of the things that we wanted to do is we wanted to build the office for the opportunity for expansion. So we have that here. We have 4 offices that are open at the end of the hallway here that probably will soon be filled, but it gives us the opportunity to expand. And then kind of the last hallway of the office would be our Hall of Fame and annual award winners, our perpetual plaques. This is probably one of the coolest things about this. Doug Pagan, one of the first, was in there, actually our inaugural Hall of Fame class. Doug was the head professional here at this facility for 37 years, from 1962 to 1999. So great to have Doug in our Hall of Fame. And as I mentioned, the late Don Beatty that was inducted into our Hall of Fame in 2007, along with all of our other members. These would be all of our perpetual annual award plaques that we have hanging here. And our most recent Hall of Fame members will be joining this wall soon, Craig Dolch and Donna White, who've received their honors, but not yet. We'll have their plaques up here soon. And then lastly, we have employee break room. And as you come into our employee break room, we have first and foremost the team values that our employees try to live by. And then up on this wall would be pictures that are more focused on those that have served as employees of the South Florida PGA and kind of shaped the section. And this sign here was the sign at our former office in Atlantis, the first building we ever bought in 2010 and sold last year. And this is Kevin Maroney, who was the executive director for 25 years, and Stacy Persinger, who spent over 15 years here in the section, and some of our other staff members. Those of you who play in tournaments will probably remember Andrew Miller, who was our tournament director for 9 years. He's now a official on the PGA Tour. And so all the people up here on this wall have helped drive the programs to where they are today. So I hope you've enjoyed this tour of the office. I hope you have the opportunity to see the office at some point in person. And now I'm going to flip it to Dawn to get the annual meeting started.
Thank you, Jeff, for that wonderful video tour. We certainly appreciate that. And hopefully all South Florida PGA members have an opportunity to go and see your section headquarters in the not so distant future. As noted, we are live here at the section headquarters located here in West Palm Beach. And the portion of the meeting has been pre-recorded, and a portion will be live today as well. As we get started, I'd like to remind everyone to please use the chat feature you'll see in the bottom corner of your screen. We encourage you to send questions and comments throughout. And this feature will be used at the end of the session as we address those during open forum. Also, one last reminder, if all could please place their computers on screen off and on mute, we would appreciate it. Today's event is thanks in part by PGA National Resort and Spa. They are a presenting sponsor, and we certainly appreciate their sponsorship. Also, we'd like to take time to thank all of our past presidents for their service in getting the section to where it is today. This section office wouldn't be what it is, and our section, the success that we've had wouldn't be the way it is without their participation and involvement. One cool item of note is that we do have the past president's room named after one of our past presidents, Mr. Don Beatty. So that's terrific. And as mentioned, we hope to have everybody here at some point in the not so distant future. At this point, we'd ask everyone to please stand for the national anthem. The recording of this national anthem is from the 2022 PGA of America week, which was in Washington, D.C. Certainly appreciate it.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that no banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. What a beautiful rendition of that song. At this time, I'd like to have a video report from our foundation president, Tom Wildenhouse, to play.
Good afternoon, fellow South Florida PGA members, and thank you for the time to deliver the foundation report. I'm excited to share with you that all of our programs are back up and running after the COVID break. And because of COVID, as you know, golf has exploded, and junior golf has been no different. The demand for junior golf is very high right now, and we are in need of host sites. So if you would like to help grow the game, please consider hosting a junior event this summer. And now on to the biggest news since we started the foundation. The foundation board and staff have embarked on a $10 million capital campaign to endow all of our programming so that funding is never a reason that these programs won't be successful, as well as to help us attain some aspirational goals of growth. By way of example, we would like to see the PGA Hope program double in the next 5 years. We would like to triple the number of kids impacted by the Smiling for Life program. We would also like to see the number of scholarships double from 1 to 2, and that impact on our community would be gigantic. We would also like to see our commitment to Habitat for Humanity and building one home in every county come to fruition. Lastly, we'd like to see junior golf double in the next 10 years. And in order to do that, we need your help. In order for these aspirational goals to come to pass, we need more PGA members to be trained in PGA Hope. We need more PGA members to stick their neck out and host a junior tour event. We need more PGA members to show up and help us with Smiling for Life and building homes for Habitat for Humanity. And the second thing that you can do is to keep the South Florida PGA Foundation front of mind when you're talking with your members. If you run across a member that has very intentional philanthropic ideas, please share with them the success of our South Florida PGA programs and get them introduced to Jeff Lofstad or Meredith Schuler. And in closing, it wouldn't be right if I didn't thank the men and women behind the South Florida PGA. Thanks so much for the tremendous leadership of Jeff Lofstad, the hardest working woman in all of golf, Meredith Schuler. Thank you to Brianna, Ellen, Seth, Caroline for their tremendous representation of the South Florida PGA and the South Florida PGA Foundation. Thank you to all of you that have sponsored a play day, that have raised money on your own, that have hosted one of our tournaments, have hosted one of our fundraising events. We truly appreciate your dedication and belief in the South Florida PGA programming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom. Certainly appreciate you sharing some of the items that are taking place inside of the foundation. And with that, we would now like to show you a prepared video on foundation highlights.
Giving back, changing lives, and growing the game. That is the mission of the South Florida PGA Foundation. It starts with education and the PGA Works Fellow Program.
My name is James Thomas Moore, and I am a PGA Works Fellow for the South Florida PGA section.
We look at the PGA Works Fellowship as a unique opportunity, and ours in particular, having the ability for our fellow to work 4 months with the Honda Classic and then to be able to come to the association side and see what green grass professionals do on a day-to-day, and also what it takes to grow the game. Really, that's our mission, is to grow the game and serve our members.
For me to be a part of the industry and to have the opportunity to work in the industry, it's amazing.
Helping families is another part of the Foundation's mission. One of the most unique and meaningful programs is Smiling for Life, where Section PGA professionals visit pediatric patients and their families at local hospitals.
The most amazing part is that all of them have success. It doesn't matter what their illness is. It doesn't matter what their disability is. Every kid that's out there on that putting green, the PGA pros make them feel like they're champs, and it's always wonderful.
One of the most rewarding programs is the Foundation's partnership with Habitat for Humanity.
There's 14 counties within our section. We've got 10 houses that have been built, and that's impactful.
There are no words to express. Means home. We're home.
The Foundation also partnered with former Super Bowl MVP Santonio Holmes and his 10 All-In Foundation to bring golf to schools in the rural communities. And over the past decade, junior golf programming has experienced the most dramatic growth throughout the section, thanks to the Foundation's support.
Those numbers have now grown from a couple hundred kids to over 1,000 kids playing in not 10 junior golf events, but playing in nearly 100 junior golf events.
Finally, the Foundation's impact can be felt in the commitment it makes to our nation's military through their support of the PGA Hope program.
This has given me hours of not having flashbacks. This has given me a sense of hope.
That's a program where you talk about changing lives, that's really saving lives.
Military, families, education. The South Florida PGA Foundation is dedicated to impacting the community through the game of golf.
Golf's way more than a game. We can see that through all the examples from the programs that the foundation runs.
All we have to do is look at those that participate in our programs, and that tells us whether or not we're successful. And the veterans that go through our PGA Hope program, to the homeowners that ultimately get the keys for the houses that we build, to the lifelong golfers that we build in our junior golf programs, all of those things show us every day that the work that we're putting into it is worth the effort.
The last 20 years have been incredible for the foundation, impacting lives through the growth of many programs touching every area of the section. I can say without question, through great vision, leadership, and community support, the next 20 will be even greater.
Certainly a heartwarming video, and many within our section that are volunteering their time for any number of these activities. We certainly appreciate it. Certainly makes you proud to be a South Florida PGA member, seeing lives get changed through golf and the efforts that are being made by our members. With that being said, would like to thank all of those involved on the foundation board. Your efforts are very much appreciated, and as mentioned, you're making a difference through golf. At this time, I'd like to call our secretary, Eric Bayou, to the podium to give his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to be your secretary. in starting today's business, I would like to announce that we do have a quorum for today's meeting. I'd also like to provide you with a few of your membership statistics here. We're the second largest of 41 sections of the PGA of America. We have 692 PGA members, 245 associates, which brings us to a total of 1,937 members and associates. We have 391 life members. Of our membership, we have 143 females and we have 1,790 males. I'd like to recognize the 34 professionals that have obtained their PGA membership in the past year. A slide of these members is currently on the screen for you to view their names. Unfortunately, in the past year, we have had 11 PGA members pass away. I'll read their names. John Calabria, Bill Schiapoletti, Lawrence Clark, Buzz Garvin, Lee Goodworth, Walker Inman, Jimmy Jones, Richard LeConte, Doug Main, Fred Stegbauer, and Fred Van. I can now ask for a moment of silence in memory of these PGA members. Lastly, as the secretary, I have had the privilege to serve as the awards committee chairperson. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and honor those that received awards in 2022. Salesperson of the Year, Joe Baker from Callaway. The Deacon Palmer, Steve McDonald. Patriot Award, Jerry Impelletier. Merchandiser of the Year, Resort, Sean Olson. Merchandiser of the Year, Public, Tony Chateauvert. Merchandiser of the Year, Private, Eric Schillinger. Assistant of the Year, Mike Bove. Youth Player Development, Alejandro Fernandez. Player Development, Lynn Myers. PGA Professional Development, Kenny Leach. The Bill Strasbaugh Award, Justin DeFont. Teacher of the Year, Jason Bale. And Golf Professional of the Year, Jeff Weber. Congratulations to all of those. Well deserved. As I close, I'd like to remind you, today marks a deadline for nomination for the 2023 section awards. I encourage you all to nominate your peers of those that are very deserving. Also in closing, I'd like to personally thank Don Meadows, our outgoing president, for such a wonderful job for our section. Thrilled to have him, honored to have him, and Don did a wonderful job in the position, and I'm very thankful for that myself. So thank you, Don.
Thank you, Eric. At this time, I'd like to call our Vice President, Mr. Paul Clivio, to give his annual report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the Vice President, I will be reporting today on the section finances. 2022 was a very successful year for the section and foundation operations. Our fiscal year is the same as the calendar year, and when I report on consolidated numbers, it indicates the sections and foundations together. Our consolidated state of activities showed a net profit of $1,285,275 at the end of 2022 before investments and chapter activities. Once forecasting in all areas, we had a consolidated increase in net assets of $1,007,000 $4,796 last year. This is certainly a large number and can be explained by the following. Much of this is attributed to the sale of the building in Atlantis. Based on the net sales price after fees, less total cost and accumulated depreciation, we made a profit of $706,000. The profit is shown as part of our statement of activities. Even without the sale of the building, we still would have had a very profitable year in 2022, but the sales elevated that number substantially. The section's net profit for the period was $912,682. The foundation net profit was $324,593. Our consolidated total assets on December 31st, 2022 was $6,139,900. The section total assets at that time was $4,640,936, while the foundation's total assets at that time was $1,498,964. After experiencing 2 consecutive great years with our investments, we did see a loss in value of our investments of nearly $275,000. For 2023 through May, our investments are up over 5%. We maintain a very closely watched investment strategy with Raymond James, who handles our investments portfolio. For the section and foundation, there are specific explanations for our financial success. The accounting treatment of sale of the building. The Golf Pass program set a record high in sales and is our largest source of net income. Our tour qualifiers experienced record fields in almost all of our events. For 2023, we have performed well ahead of the budget during the first quarter due to a strong participation in tour qualifiers that included another Corn Ferry qualifier that we conducted. We are also on pace to set a record on Golf Pass sales, trending over 5% of last year's numbers. As a reminder, dues billing has been sent from National and are to be paid by the end of June. One area of the dues billing that I want to point out is the PGA Medical and Disaster Relief. This is a volunteer contribution made by PGA members that supports the PGA Medical and Disaster Relief Fund. This fund is for PGA members who are experiencing some sort of disaster in their life and is available through the application process. Many of our South Florida PGA members benefited, unfortunately, from this fund in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. If you have any questions on the PGA disaster relief, please reach out to Jeff in the section office. Again, thank you, and thank you, Don, for your leadership over the past few years.
Thank you, Paul, and certainly have appreciated the opportunity to work with both Eric and Paul over the last couple of years. To begin with, would like to recognize a couple of our members that were recently awarded our section's greatest honor and placed into our Hall of Fame. First off, would like to recognize Mr. Craig Dolch, sports writer here in our area, as well as Miss Donna White. Both have been great friends of the section and of golf for many, many years in this area, and it's wonderful to have them as a part of our Hall of Fame. Moving along, over the last several years, 2 years, we've had the opportunity to partner up with the Nicholas Foundation and raise funds for both their foundation as well as the South Florida PGA Foundation. And over the last 2 years, over $900,000 has been raised, highlighted by both Eric Vayu and Ryan Fountain of the Bears Club, raising over $170,000 through their members and friends just by themselves. Congratulations to both of them. Thank you to all who have participated in this. These funds will certainly allow us to do some very special things within our section for those that are deserving, as well as to grow the game of golf. I'd also like to take this time to thank our outgoing board members. First off, Southwest Chapter President Jeff Nixon. And actually, I do want to make a special note. Jeff's had a tough go of it here recently with some medical issues. We're wishing you all the best, Jeff, and we look forward to seeing you on the golf course soon. Southern Chapter President Marty Cafano, Southeast Chapter at Large, Sonny Grosso, and Tournament Committee Chairperson, Jeff Weber. Would like to thank all four of them for their efforts and volunteerism. Would also like to take this time to visit upon our staff here at the section headquarters, certainly led by Jeff Lofstead and his assistant, Meredith Schuler. What they have compiled over the last 10, 12 years of my involvement here is nothing short of remarkable. This is a team that's made up of individuals who are caring, hardworking, and dedicated to providing the best that they possibly can for our membership. I feel incredibly blessed to have been able to serve and watch each of these individuals grow in their own way over the last 10 to 12 years. And though some are obviously gone and doing different things at this point, the team that we have here now is truly remarkable, and we are incredibly fortunate to have them here as a part of our section. So to all of you, thank you. Thank you for everything that you do. With this being my 10th year of serving in the officer's role for the section, I thought it might be nice to reflect on how our section has grown and what is accomplished over the past decade. Starting with this new facility here at the golf park. And for those who have not been here, please take the time to stop by and play the park and visit your headquarters. I am certain you'll enjoy the facility as Jeff showed it to you earlier, and you'll be even more proud of what you are a part of here in South Florida PGA. This new facility was necessary due to the programs and growth of our team to run those programs. 10 years ago, our staff was comprised of 8 staff members, and now we have a team of 15. Some of those programs that we have seen grow over the past decade have included the following. Junior Tour membership. We started at 445 10 years ago. We're now at over 1,000. We did have 1 Junior Tour. We now have 3 Junior Tour opportunities. We have gone from a total of 12 events in 2012 to having 67. In 2012, we had a total of 2,278 rounds of golf played by junior players in tournaments. In 2022, we had just under 9,000. In 2021, we didn't even have a PGA Junior League. Now we have 721 participants. In 2012, there was no drive, chip, and putt events, and now we host 11 events, to including hosting one in Puerto Rico, and having the finals that typically takes place at one of the finest facilities in all of the country. What a great experience for these kids. As it relates to the foundation, growth continues there in a big way as well. Habitat for Humanity, we are getting closer and closer to our goal of building 1 house in each county with our section boundaries, with us now having built 10. PGA Hope is now a large part of our philanthropic and growth of the game initiatives here in the section, with over 100 sessions hosted by PGA professionals in 2022 and more than 1,000 veterans impacted. In 2012, we had 2 Smiling for Life facilities. We have 5 now, and our foundation budget has escalated more than $500,000 from where it was in 2012. Much to be proud of. Success and growth has not only taken place, though, in our foundation space. It has also taken place with our golf pass sales, which directly impacts our bottom line for our section. We will be at over 14,000 books sold in 2023, while in 2012, we were at just under 6,000. While on the topic of our bottom line, it is worth mentioning that our section budget now is a little more than $4.6 million, where it was at $2.5 million a decade ago. And our assets at this point will be over $7 million in 2023. And in our membership front, over the past decade, we have had 2 members serve on national committees and boards, while we've had 6 members win national awards. And we have had a representation at the highest level at the PGA Championship, Senior PGA Championship, and U.S. Open in playing. We have now gone 4 straight years of having someone from within our section playing in the PGA Championship. I'm not certain any other section can say this. It is also worth mentioning that amongst all of this, our section won the Herb Graffis Award for our contributions to the game as a section. We have much to be proud of. All of these items are outstanding, but on a personal level, it has been great to have seen the growth of so many of our facilities over the last decade. I can recall many experts back in 2012 and even earlier about the demise of golf. We had a lot of ideas that were floated out there about what to possibly do with these golf facilities. But at the end of the day, our PGA members shared their love of the game, showed that they were astute businessmen and women, and put together programs, events, and provided a hospitable place for many to go. And one by one, we won back those who maybe had departed from the game. We encouraged those who were new to the game to play. And when COVID hit, each of our members and your facilities became that safe space for your members and customers to come spend time when really no one knew what was going to happen the next day. They could count on you, and they could count on golf to give them that sense of normalcy. I can't begin to tell you how much I've grown as a person and watching many of my colleagues and peers throughout the section do the things that they do. Also here, watching the staff, watching the leadership, it truly has been inspiring. The time that I've spent with the section will truly go down as one of the highlights of my life, and I have appreciated the opportunity to serve. Thank you. At this time, I would like to have Jeff show his report. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. It's great to be here to share some comments on behalf of the section staff. I can't help but think back and reflect to 2020 and May of 2020 when we were scrambling to figure out how we could deliver a virtual annual meeting to the membership and what we have today compared to that. So thank you to our team for putting this together. While some of you have experienced a modest decline in participation in your facilities in comparison the last couple of years, there is no question that golf participation and golf interest is as high as it's ever been. It's certainly in comparison to pre-COVID levels. Here in the section, we are experiencing the same thing. And in the section this year, we will conduct 400 event days at just under 200 facilities. When adding in the chapter event days and chapter facilities, that number climbs to 500 event days and almost 250 facilities. We've mentioned the Golf Pass sales already, on pace to set another record this year. This will be another year-over-year record. We've set year-over-year records since 2009, with the exception of 2020 when we had to pause for a couple months due to COVID. But the Golf Pass continues to be a strong attraction for those that participate in golf throughout South Florida. On the tournament side, we're selling out events and having record participation. In most all of our events, we had two great venues for the pro assistant the last 2 days in the Park West Palm and Emerald Dunes Club. Junior golf has been mentioned is selling out events in some cases in minutes. It's participation and access to our tournaments is at all-time high. This year, we expect to play over 7,200 rounds in our junior program. We'll soon start on the building of our 11th Habitat home and our Smiling for Life program. We hope to have back at full steam at the end of the year. Well, our short-term focus has been on trying to ensure that we can meet the demands that we have of our programs. Our long-term focus continues to be to ride the wave of participation in the game of golf and to use this as a catalyst to keep growing in the future. On the national level, we recently had a new impact study done, the first one that's been done in 6 years. The golf industry has shown a growth of 20% in the last 6 years with a direct economic impact of $102 billion. When you compare that to other industries in the country, you'll quickly see that golf is just as important as almost anything in the country. Charitable gifting grew 16% to $4.6 billion. When you think about all the other spectator sports, the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NHL, NASCAR, all these spectator sports combined don't equal what is raised through the game of golf. And the majority of that money, over 90% of that money, is raised at golf facilities through programs administered by PGA professionals. The golf industry employs 1.65 million people and provides a wage and benefits number of over $80 billion. When you start to factor in induced industries that come about because of the game of golf, that total number is $226 billion that we have for an economic impact. Here in Florida, we are certainly feeling this. Florida is seeing over 1,200 people a day are moving to our state. We're number one in domestic migration. We're number two in international migration. And we're certainly seeing that here in the section with the number of golf facilities. We have between 12 and 15 golf courses that are in some stage of the planning, either permitting, planning, or actually under construction. That's happening also in North Florida. It's not happening in other parts of the country. It is certainly happening here in the state of Florida. You know, with the increased demand in our programs, one of the challenges that we continue to face is facility access. And we could conduct more programs and more events, particularly on a junior golf level, if we had more access to golf facilities. We're hopeful that these new facilities coming on board will help that, but we would ask all of you, if you have the opportunity, if you have the ability to host one of our junior events, please reach out to our team, because we certainly have the players that we can bring to that event. From the tournament level, the tournament season is off to a great start with certainly some great playing on the national level, on the local level as well. We have our schedule up on the screen. I would just encourage you as you look at section opportunities throughout the course of the summer. In the last couple of years, we've seen more sellouts than we ever have. We've seen earlier registrations than we ever have. Register early for the events so you're not stuck on the waiting list, and you'll be able to participate in the events. As I said, on the national level, we've seen some great participation and great play. Matt Cahill tied second at the PGA Professional Championship. Jeremy Wells finished seventh at the PGA Professional Championship. Both of them had the opportunity to participate in their first PGA Championship, which was played at Oak Hill a couple weeks ago. Mark Brown, Mark Milkey, and Alan Moran participated in the Senior PGA Championship, with Mark Brown tying as the low club professional in the Senior PGA Championship. We put together a short little highlight video showcasing their time at both of these events.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Florida, Jeremy Wells.
Well, there we go. We got the school kid and Cahill here on 10 looking for birdie. Seminole, one of the legendary golf courses.
Who are we?
Who are we?
Who are we?
We're PGA of America professionals.
PGA of America professionals.
Professionals. The leaders of the game.
We're coaches.
Coaches. Experts in golf operations.
Golf operations.
And executive management.
And at the PGA Championship,
we are all players.
And we'll compete on one of golf's major stages.
Against the world's best.
The world's best.
At Oak Hill Country Club.
At Oak Hill Country Club. We represent our facilities and the 28,000 PGA professionals across the country.
And we're the ones to cheer for.
We are the Corebridge Financial
PGA team.
We are the Corebridge Financial PGA team.
Congratulations to the Corebridge Financial PGA team, who have tested their skills against the world's best senior golfers this weekend.
We feel pretty fortunate to be broadcasting this meeting from the new home of the South Florida PGA. And for years, going back into the mid-2000s, the board had a goal of owning their own building at some point. And that goal was realized on August 1st, 2010, when we closed on a new headquarters building in the city of Atlantis. We thought that building would last us for quite some time until our rapid growth that Don talked about forced us to nearly double the size of the building in 2015. And then later on, as we got closer through the end of the teens to 2020, we realized we were outgrowing that space and we needed a new headquarters building. And we feel incredibly fortunate to be a part of this program. It's truly a remarkable private-public partnership. All the land is still owned by the city of West Palm Beach. We paid for the construction cost of our building, which gives us the opportunity to live in this building for a 50-year lease, followed by another 20-year renewable lease. And the overall facility and the entire facility being mission-based, similar to what we are, has turned out to be a great partnership. And earlier this spring, the PGA staff was highlighted in a CBS special that aired, that we want to show you a small clip of that.
We're going to show that we can be a premier facility as a public facility and provide all kinds of avenues for players and for employees to grow the game. I know it's cliche, but I think here we're going to do it in a way that's never been done.
This is an incredible beacon for the community, for people to come and enjoy golf who may or may not have ever been able to access golf before.
Alongside the 18-hole championship layout, the park includes a lighted 9-hole par 3 course, a lighted top tracer range-equipped practice facility, a performance center, and a vibrant community programming area. But that's just part of the picture. The park is led by a talented and diverse team of PGA professionals who perform every role in the game, from executive management to golf operations to coaching. These dynamic PGA professionals are dedicated to elevating the game, making it more inclusive, and helping golfers of all levels reach their full potential.
Just having that representation, that different perspective, that different lens, I think it's beneficial, not only for us at the park, but, clubs all across the nation.
I think my personal goals, being a PGA coach, is make this game as much fun as possible. Be inclusive, provide a welcoming environment for all to feel welcome to go to a golf course.
I look forward to the opportunity of getting people exposed into the game, those that look like me and others, to get them to understand that the game is indeed for you as well.
Golf has changed the trajectory of my life. Golf came into my life at a time where I didn't know if I had a path. Being a PGA professional has given me the opportunity to pay that back and give that experience, give that opportunity to other young people who come through the park, and maybe they're not on a good path. Maybe they've never played golf before. Maybe putting a golf club in their hand can change their life just like it did for me.
We've done a lot of exciting projects. In my 38 years, this is without a doubt the most fulfilling thing I've ever worked on.
The excitement, doesn't even begin to describe it. You get goosebumps.
From the beginning, we wanted the park to be the happiest, most inviting, most welcoming place in golf. And PGA professionals, what they look like, what they feel like, the future of the game is upon us. And we couldn't be prouder of the people that have chosen to take this journey with us.
I can tell you, we feel incredibly fortunate to be able to drive into this property every day, to come to our headquarters building. The team here at the Park West Palm has truly been an extension of our own team, and it is a real joy for our staff to be part of this project. Last year, we created a unique partnership with Sailfish Brewery in that we private labeled one of their existing beers and renamed it to the South Florida PGA Pale Ale. Thus far, it's had really incredible success. It's on the shelves in Total Wines, ABC stores, Publix, many restaurants throughout the section boundaries, as well as many golf facilities throughout the section boundary. We often get questions about how this started, how can we participate as a facility, and we put together a small video to help answer some of those questions.
We started in our garage, brewing beer. 12 years ago, there wasn't a lot of access to craft beer in South Florida. I mean, the overall national movement was still somewhat in infancy across the country. And Florida was extremely, new to it. I think we were the 42nd brewery to open up. It's been a long road to get there, but we focused on developing relationships, and that's what establishes longevity.
It's been a great honor to work with Sailfish Brewing Company in an effort to not just brand ourselves better in the community, but to partner together on our foundation initiatives and involve them in other activities we're doing They're a great community partner, and we look forward to a long relationship with them. You know, right now our focal point has been to work to create distribution throughout the South Florida community through golf facilities. It ties our brand into golf courses, and fortunately that we work together on the logo, and it's been a fun journey, and it's only just begun.
It's been a little over 2 years now. We started the relationship with PGA South Florida, Meredith and her team. Yeah, just kind of came together kind of organically how we started Sailfish. Just, you know, like-minded people trying to do kind of the similar things of growing their brands, you know, further contribute to the community and enhance the community around them. The synergies associated with Meredith and the PGA South Florida and, you know, us and our team here, it just clicks. And we're all just trying to do the same thing, which is grow our brands, grow into different communities, and involvement in different communities. And while we're doing it, you know, drink some great beer. I mean, you know, I always tell our guys is we live for fun, and that's what we're doing out here. And we're doing all the things that you come to Florida to do, which are fun, which is fishing and play golf. And yeah, that's our focus, and we're not letting off that. You know, we are, you know, serious beer with not so serious attitude, and that's really been our approach to the whole process for everything we do. And you know, the relationship with PGA South Florida is kind of the same thing.
As a golf facility, we'd obviously encourage you to consider bringing the beer in, whether you bring in cans or drafts. We'll be able to facilitate that conversation with the brewery as well as the local distributor.
This is truly going to be a partnership that will last for a long time. I hope all of you are get as excited as we do when we walk into a store and we see our cans in that store. We walk into a golf facility or a restaurant, and we see the South Florida PGA tap handle on display there at that particular restaurant. Next on the screen, we have some logos of partners. And, you know, I think partners, regardless of the economic situation that we're in, partnership continues to be challenging in the fact that partners need to decide whether or not it is in their business interest to support South Florida PGA professionals and South Florida PGA programs. And all the logos that you see on your screen has made that conscious decision that it is in their best interest to support South Florida PGA programs. What we would ask of you is that when it comes time for buying decisions at your facility, that you give these partners the opportunity to present to you and to share what they're all about. There is no question we could not do what we do on a daily basis if we didn't have the support of all these partners that help us operate our programs at a high level. You know, today is kind of that section time in which it's very bittersweet. It's the year in which we have an election, and we see familiar faces go off the board, new faces come on the board. Today will mark the last meeting for Carl Bublitz, who will step down off the board as our honorary president. Carl's done an amazing job. Over his tenure, I would say Carl's greatest accomplishment was really leading us through COVID. And it was an unprecedented time that none of us had ever dealt with ever in our lives. And to know that Carl was on the other side of that call when I was looking for advice or looking for help and how we were going to conduct the programs that we were going to conduct and how we were going to get started again. Carl did an amazing job through that time period. At the same time, Don Meadows will move from his seat as president into honorary president. And there's never been a PGA member in the history of the South Florida PGA that has served 2 terms as section president. I can tell you that Don has made our section so much better through his involvement. In 10 straight years as an officer, he has 2 more to go. And 2 of those 10 years, he also served as a foundation officer. And when you combine his time as awards committee chair, it is an amazing amount of time that he has dedicated to section and foundation programs. And I can tell you there's probably never been a more challenging time to be a volunteer. You all know how busy you are at your individual facility, but that never distracted Don from the job that he had to do, the advice and the counsel that he provided. And I can only tell you that I can promise you we would not be where we are without Don. We would not be in this building if it were not for Don's guidance and support throughout that time. And at the same time, it's exciting to see the next chapter of officers and the opportunities that and the leadership that they'll provide, with Paul moving into the office of president and Eric Vayu into the office of vice president, and having our new secretary announced later on in this meeting. But all those that you see on your screen dedicate an incredible amount of time, really for no other reason than they want to make the section better, and they want to give back to make the section better. And I can tell you that we have the finest board in all the 41 sections of the PGA of America. So in closing, I'd just like to say that I'm honored to serve as the executive director of the South Florida PGA. If at any point there's anything that myself or our team can do to assist you, please do not hesitate to reach out to us at the section office. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And once again, thank you to you and your entire team for everything that you all have done to make 2022 and the start of 2023 as great as it has been. At this time, we would like to have the report of our 13 director, Mr. Russ Libby.
Thank you, President Meadows. It really is a treat to be here at your new home for the South Florida PGA. I really appreciate the welcome that I received here today, and I got a tour of the facility. And I hope that all of you have a chance to get out here and see this place. You're doing some wonderful things to grow the game. And for this local community, it really, really is impressive and a prideful thing. As a representative for District 13, I do represent South Florida, North Florida, and Georgia. And we are the largest district in the country. We have 4,400 PGA professionals represented in District 13 and over 1,500 golf facilities, 500 of those right here in South Florida. So I would say to you that we are greatly admired and respected in the industry as being one of the finest group of PGA professionals. So District 13 is well represented, and it's an honor for me to stand before you here today. Well, quite a surprise. The last 24 hours have brought us with information on the global golf scene. And I know that all of you have been dialed into what's going on with the PGA Tour announcement. President Lindert, our national president of the association, called a meeting yesterday for all the board members. And we met remotely for about 2.5 hours to discuss the events of yesterday. And while we left the meeting probably with more questions than answers, I will tell you that we really exhausted every aspect of yesterday's announcement and try to identify ways that we can look over and watch over the PGA of America and make sure that our 28,000 PGA professionals are protected. We really hope there's certainly been some disruption in the golf ecosystem over the last few years, and we are hopeful that we'll start to see some mending there and moving forward. But rest assured, there's a couple of things that I personally feel it's maybe now more than ever really important that we identify ourselves as the PGA of America and tell our story about what we do, what our 28,000 PGA professionals do each and every day in growing the game, and how we are different from other entities in this golf industry. So more to come on that. And if you have any questions that are posed to you that are difficult or challenging, please know that you can reach out to me or your section leadership here, and we'll help you get through that. The month of May was a pretty busy one for me. I actually traveled to several events here to represent you. The first one being the PPC in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Over 300 PGA professionals competed out there, and it was a great honor for me to be out there and identify our top 20 that qualified for the PGA Championship at Oak Hill. So congratulations. We actually had 5 PGA professionals from our district. Greg Koch, John Summers from North Florida, Anthony Cordes from Georgia, and Matt Cahill and Jeremy Wells from South Florida competed up at Oak Hill Country Club. What a fantastic event it was, representing you up there as a board member. Oak Hill certainly did not disappoint. There was a great energy in the air and a welcoming from the Rochester residents. We actually probably experienced all 4 seasons that one week. We had a little bit of everything. But in the end, we're proud to announce that Brooks captured his 5th major. And of course, the person that stole the show was Michael Block, finishing T15 and getting an invite to next year's PGA Championship in 2024. So really proud to be up there and represent you. Also traveled to Washington, D.C. for National Golf Day, where we addressed and celebrated the game, but also looked over some important legislation that positively will impact our association and our golf facilities and our PGA golf professionals. So we met with congressmen, congressional leaders up there, and identified certain areas that we can advocate for the betterment of the game. I was really proud to do that for you. Lastly, I just got home recently from the Senior PGA in Frisco, Texas, and I will tell you, the new home of the PGA of America was really showcased at the highest level. And what a fantastic finish we saw on Sunday with Steve Stricker prevailing over Patrick Harrington on the first playoff hole. Cameron Doan, PGA Director of Golf from Preston Trail in Dallas, Texas, hit the first tee shot and actually contended right into Sunday. But at the end, we had two District 13 PGA professionals, Mark Brown from here in South Florida and Tim Weinhart from Georgia, sharing a low club professional honor. So congratulations to them. It really was a historic week in Frisco, Texas, and a great prideful event for us at our new home for the PGA of America. Speaking of Frisco, this year we have our annual meeting in November in Frisco. I really hope that if you can't attend the meeting in Frisco, Texas, that you'll tune in online and see the governance and the proceedings with our national association. The last thing I want to talk about is an important one. You've heard a little bit about deferred compensation. At this point, 162 PGA professionals here in South Florida have registered for the program, and that ranks you in the top 10 in the country. But I think we can do better. And I would tell you that a couple of things that are really important to note is by participating in this program, you can earn up to $1,500 to your retirement fund when you reach the age of 65. This money is available for you. All you need to do is register and sign up for the different programs that will earn you points, and the rest is up to you. Right now, again, we have 162 participants right now, and more to come on that. I'd like to turn it over to a short video that you can learn more about deferred compensation. Thank you very much for your time.
PGA members, introducing the PGA Deferred Compensation Plan. A plan where you earn points that convert into dollars that come back to you, supplementing your retirement. All the while helping to grow the game of golf. Through deferred compensation, your participation in certain activities will earn you points. Points will be converted into dollar contributions or on an annual basis, provided that a member hits the 200-point minimum. Up to $1,500 per year deposited into your deferred compensation account by the PGA. Points can be earned by doing any variety of 16 PGA-approved activities. The number of points you earn depends on how involved you want to be in the program and the PGA. For example, if you are a PGA Junior League coach who is responsible for leading a team, you earn 75 points. If you oversee a league with 24 or more players, you earn 125 points. If you coach that full league through the season, coach the All-Star team, and host an All-Star Play Day, you earn a whopping 250 points. Again, you must earn a minimum of 200 points per plan year to participate, and points do not roll over to the next year. The deferred compensation plan year always begins on April 1st and ends on March 31st. The points are converted into dollars, and the dollars will be credited to your deferred compensation accounts before the end of July. You can design your own portfolio by choosing from over 30 investment options. You can move into different funds at any time with the potential to earn compounding interest year after year. Then, when you turn 65, monthly distributions will be paid out over a 10-year period. Your involvement in fun PGA activities starting now can help you financially in the years to come. Our plan has no effect on your Golf Retirement Plus plan or any other retirement accounts you may have. You can continue to participate in all of these and also earn your full PDRs. Your account will be managed by Corebridge Financial, who is also administrator of the Golf Retirement Plus. And yes, there's an app to help you manage your points and funds the whole way through, from choosing, then tracking your activities, through submitting them for validation, and watching the points add up. So, participate in the mentoring program, host a drive, chip, and putt event, even log on a year of activity on the PGA digital platform, such as PGA Coach, and watch those points start to grow. Then, Think about retirement, when you'll be living the good life, doing whatever you love, like playing golf. The PGA Deferred Compensation Plan. A PGA member benefit starting now that can help you later.
Thank you, Russ. Certainly appreciate your continued service to our section on our behalf, as well as all those within our district. And would like to personally thank Seth Waugh and the National Board for working so aggressively to get this deferred compensation benefit started. And I would encourage all South Florida PGA members, if you have not signed up for this, to please do so. And also those compensation surveys, if you can complete those would be certainly appreciated also. At this time, we have a pre-recorded message from our career consultant, Kathy Grayson. But before putting that out, would like to once again thank Kathy for all of her efforts. For those that don't know Kathy, she's our career consultant here in South Florida, and she does a remarkable job. And should you have any questions regarding anything pertaining to your job or other jobs that may be out there in the field, she's a great resource to utilize. Thanks, Kathy, and I hope all enjoy this video.
Good afternoon, South Florida members and associates. I hope this message finds you well. I hope you had a great season, and we are smack dab in the middle of hiring season now. So it is heating up. There are many jobs posted on PGA.org, and there are many executive searches underway, and I'm sure there'll be many more in the coming months. So I thought this would be a great opportunity to really walk through a brief refresher course on job search, resumes, interviewing, and negotiation, just to remind you of some really good tips to keep in mind. So with regard to job search, I think the most important thing to remember is, what are your career goals? So this is a great opportunity for you to sit down, really reflect on your past experiences and your skill set, and look forward to what are your 3 and 5 year goals. And as you're looking for a new position, does this opportunity align with those goals? So we don't want you just applying for everything. It really needs to marry up with what your long-term goals are. So really putting together a comprehensive career plan is important. And again, any of the career consultants, and including myself, are here to help you. Research the position. Before you just throw your resume in the portal, does this move set you up for long-term success, or does it position you for the next step beyond that? Again, that's going back to aligning with your career goals. Research the facility and the position. Call your career consultant, reach out to your executive director, in this case, Jeff or Meredith, and really learn more about what is happening at the facility. So what is the club culture? Why is the position open? What is the employment history of the facility? What is the compensation range for the role? Who is the decision maker? Who will you report to, which is very important? What are the keys to success for this position? And do your skills and experience align with what the employer is looking for? And also, what is your network saying about the facility and the position? So these are all things to keep in mind when you're considering making a move or you're looking for your next opportunity. With regards to your resume, we really want to make sure you refresh with a new format or a template. You can search on Google and Etsy for some great ideas. We don't want to use old looking templates, right? You want to make sure that it's really fresh and new. There's some color, and even graphics are acceptable these days. We want to ensure that you tailor your cover letter and your resume to align with the keys to success that the employer is looking for and has highlighted in their posting. This is really important because once your resume is reviewed by the committee or the hiring manager, they spend about 7 seconds really looking for those key words that they've put in their posting and that you should have in your resume, so that they immediately see that and put your resume in the good pile. We really want to remind you that your bullet points need to reflect measurable results that you produced in your positions of employment. And that means using as many numbers as you possibly can. So what was the percentage of increase that you facilitated with regards to participation in events? You know, did you grow sales in the golf shop? Were you able to cut costs somehow? What were your labor costs? Were you able to control those accurately? Those are things that are really important that show your value to a hiring manager. If you are not a good writer, hiring a professional resume writer is an investment that you will not regret. I know it's expensive, but once you have it done the first time, you can make really minor tweaks to your resume, and again, tailoring that to the employer's needs. At the very least, send your resume to one of the PGA career consultants who are certified resume writers for review and suggestions. I am one of those. Because we are so busy right now, I'm probably going to push that off on one of my colleagues in the north while they're in season and not so busy, but they are certified and they can give you some great recommendations. With regards to interviewing, please ensure that you have a professional headshot on your computer. This is not a photo that your friend or your spouse takes on their iPhone. You need to invest in yourself, invest in your brand. It's a great way to present yourself. It's really the only way to present yourself in a professional manner, and hire a professional photographer. Again, this is an investment you will not regret. Practice, practice, practice. You have to practice interviewing and answering questions. I have a great list of probably 300 questions that you can review. Feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to send those to you. You wouldn't play in the PGA Championship or a section event without playing a practice round. So I'm not sure why you would interview for a really important career move without practicing. So that's a little bit of a way for you to look at practicing for an interview. It's just like playing a practice round for a very important tournament. Have 10 to 15 good questions for the committee or the hiring manager. This is really important. It shows that you've done your research. It shows that you're engaged in this process and that you're very interested in the role. Anyone who at the end of an interview says they don't have any questions usually doesn't get the job. So you really want to make sure, again, that you go back and do your research, you pay attention and know your audience and hear what they're saying during the interview process. And it's very acceptable to have a notebook and a pen on hand and jotting down some questions as you go along as well. Do not talk about compensation during the interview process. You want to make sure that if you are the professional that they want to hire, that you receive an offer letter in writing and that you have time to review it, talk about it with your family, with your mentors, with myself, with Jeff Lofstad, and let's make sure that that's the time for negotiation. So as we move into negotiation, you certainly want to request a compensation report from myself or another career consultant in that respective section. You need to know what that acceptable range is. We want to make sure that you're being paid at least market value, and that it is an increase from where you are right now. Jeff and I have had tremendous success elevating compensation within our section, and that's being involved and helping you negotiate and advising the club on what is market value. So please reach out and get a compensation report for us so you have the data points to share with the employer. Do not get hung up on base salary. Look for other incremental income streams. There are various ways to gain additional income, whether it's through lessons, signing bonuses. We can help you with that. We have a tremendous list of other ways that you can negotiate income. Make it a win-win situation. You want to make sure that you're going into this role in a positive light. You want them to know that you're really interested in their success as much as your own success. So you want to make sure, again, that you position it where it's a win-win situation. You're not going to get everything that you want, and neither are they. So that's some great advice. And then one of the things that I feel is really important in this offer letter is to ensure you have a severance package outlined should you or the facility decide to separate. Normally, this is 1 week of salary for every year of employment served, plus health benefits for a period of time so that we can help you transition into something different. So I hope this information is helpful for you. Again, I'm here to help you in any way that you need. And I hope you have a great summer and enjoy some time off. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Certainly appreciate all your efforts and appreciate your report. At this time, we will move on to old business. And if there are any items for old business, we have not received any as of yet. Give it a little bit of time here. Seeing that there's no old business, we will now move on to new business. And we did receive one chat that was sent our direction from PGA member Alan Bowman. His question is, why is there not a consistent policy with regards to senior tees and tournaments? Some events yes, and some events no. The event this week was a good example of no senior tees. Mr. Bowman, thank you very much for your question. As it relates to all tournament policies that go through, I will outline real quick. The senior committee handles all senior tournament activities and policies. The tournament committee, though, handles all section tournament policies, like, for example, the pro assistant that we saw the past 2 days. What I can tell you is that the tournament committees meet a couple times a year. This specific topic has been brought to their attention and is on the agenda for their next tournament committee meeting. So you can look forward to having information from that. Once it goes through the tournament committee, it'll then be presented to the board. And at that point, a final decision will be made. Thank you very much for your question. And you're heard loud and clear. We'll give it just another few moments for new business. All right, seeing that there's no other new business at this point, we'll move on to the officer election. But before doing so, since it's my last opportunity from a speaking perspective, I once again want to thank all the members for allowing me to serve in this role and be a part of the board for the last decade or so. Would like to thank Carl Bublitz for his mentorship and friendship. I certainly have appreciated it. All the other officers that I've served with, thank you. To Paul and Eric, you're in great hands at the section level. To all of those on the staff, thank you. And to all those that have served on different committees, thank you. Let's all keep working hard. We've got a great game and a great section. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you. And Carl?
All right, good afternoon, fellow South Florida PGA members, and Don, thank you very much. You have certainly left us a lot better than you found us, and we greatly appreciate everything you've done for the section. So thank you, buddy. So I have the pleasure today of covering this year's election of officers. And just as a reminder, the voting concluded yesterday, June 6th at 4 p.m. and the officers who ran unopposed won their elections by acclamation. And so I'd like to start off with the first election being the election of president. And congratulations goes out to Paul Clivio, who is our new president by acclamation. So again, congratulations, Paul. I know you'll do a great job. It's been great working with you on the board. Moving on to the office of vice president, congratulations to Eric Vayu, who wins vice president by acclamation. So again, congratulations, Eric. And we found out today that our sons will be going to FSU together. So I'm sure we'll be seeing each other a lot more. So congratulations, Eric. In winning office of secretary, congratulations to Jeff Weber. Jeff Weber is our new secretary, and so congratulations, Jeff. Of course, Jeff is not new to section business, as he chaired the tournament committee and has been involved for many years. So Jeff, welcome to the board though, and congratulations as secretary. The swearing in of our officers will take place at business planning, which will take place in September. So we'll handle that. We'll handle that at another time. And now I am honored to introduce the 23rd president of the South Florida section, Paul Clivio. Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks, Carl. Much
Congratulations.
appreciated. Carl, thank you so much. When I first came to the section board, Carl was the president, and I got so much out of his leadership and guidance through the years that I cannot thank you enough for everything. As we wrap up, I just want our final points of business today is if you'd like to I'd like to remind everyone about the chat feature. If you have any questions or comments, please place those in the chat feature to be reviewed during the open forum portion of the meeting. One person I really need to thank is Don Meadows. Don has served his last 2 years as the president. I started my journey about 10 years ago when I served on the chapter board. And when I ran on the section board, I was very fortunate to come in. And unfortunately, after 2 years, it was just Carl and I, and we needed someone to come back and be president. And Don decided to step up and do it again. And I can't thank you enough for your mentorship and your friendship and everything you did to help get me ready for this day. Another person who kind of did the same path as I did is Jeff Weber. Jeff served his 6 years on the chapter board and will now start his 8 years on the section board. And I would like to welcome Jeff via Google Meets to the screen if he's there.
Yeah, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Don Meadows and Eric Vayu and Jeff Lofstead and all the section staff. I'm excited, very honored and thrilled to be part of the team with Paul's leadership. Paul and I go way back, almost 20 years now, and we can't wait to see where this all takes us. So thanks for your time and thanks for your leadership, guys. Appreciate all the help.
Thank you, Jeff. The first order of business is to thank and recognize Don Meadows for his service to the association. As I told you, he did us a big one when he decided to come back and be president once again, making his term not 8 years, but 12 years in total. And he did leave a big impact on this section, and I will be forever grateful for what he did for me. We have a little something for you right here, Don.
Don, thank you so much for everything you've done for the game, for the section, for me.
Hey, Don, just want to thank you for your service to the South Florida PGA as president, vice president, treasurer, all that you've done to give back to the game. You're one of our great golf professionals. I'm so proud of you.
Congratulations on 14 years of service on the South Florida PGA Board, 12 years as an officer, back-to-back terms as president. I'm standing in your boardroom. What a fabulous building you've helped to create. The legacy of you will last forever. Congratulations.
Thank you for your service, Don.
Thank you, Don. Thank you and congratulations. Thank you so much for your 12 years of service to the South Florida PGA Board. And thank you for serving 10 years as an officer. Your dedication to the section is truly recognized and appreciated.
I thank you enough for coming back and being the president of the PGA South Florida section once again, and to be my mentor and someone I look up to. I really, really appreciate everything you did, not only for the section, but for me.
Don, thanks for your service. Two-time section president, first time in the history of our section that's ever happened. You definitely made us better throughout your tenure, and I know you will continue to do so as you serve as honorary president.
Hey Don, Zach Johnson here, coming to you from the Honda Classic. Just want to extend my gratitude. Thank you for your time, your service, certainly all the energy and time, hours you put into golf, specifically with the South Florida section. It doesn't go unnoticed, so thank you, and good luck on your next chapter.
I really look forward to serving you with you on the foundation board for a couple more years so that I can continue to learn from your leadership and you can continue to serve our section members like I know you love to do, and you'll be serving our community as well. We look forward to having you on the foundation board.
My congratulations to Don Meadows and all that he's done for the South Florida PGA, and he's the outgoing president, and I know that he's done a great job.
Hey Don, thanks so much for your service to the South Florida PGA section. Thank you.
Congrats, Don. Way to go, Don. Congratulations.
Go, Don.
Congratulations, Don. Go, Don.
Didn't know you till I kind of took this role and got to know you as your president, as well as one of the best, head professionals in the country. So good. They wanted you twice. And I just can't really thank you enough for your friendship, for your support, for your partnership.
We're indebted to you for your time and service to the section, and thank you for everything that you've done on behalf of the section staff and the South Florida PGA professionals.
Just congratulations and enjoy your time off.
Good luck, Don, and thanks again for everything you did to make this a better section.
Thank you for all your service. I know you're not going anywhere, and I look forward to seeing you real soon, hopefully with golf clubs in our hands.
I know that he's done a great job because, South Florida PGA is a pretty special place.
What a great tribute to a well-deserved man. And Don, I'm still counting on you. You still have to serve your second term as the past president, so you're not getting away with that easy. I am honored to serve as the 23rd president of South Florida PGA. There's so many more people I want to thank. Most of all to Jeff Meredith, Jackie, everybody here at the South Florida PGA. If you go around and you go to meetings nationally, if you do things where other people are involved in other sections, you understand how respected this section is. And that's because of its leaders. We have the best in the business, and I look forward to working the next 2 years as the president with all of you. I want to thank everyone at St. Andrews Country Club, most importantly, the Board of Governors, the presidents, and the general managers. Craig Martin, who originally got me into this, and Mark Ray for your guidance, your leadership, and your persistence that I get more involved every day. That I will do. Most importantly, what we need to do is continue to grow the brand. As you've heard throughout the day, it's what's important. To make sure people know what the PGA members do and the importance they are to the game. And I will strive every day to make that happen. We have a new set of chairs this year, including Matt Cahill, who will run our tournaments. Chris Kaufman will represent the seniors. And this year we broke up teaching and education, where Marty Hall from Florida Gulf Coast will once again run the education part, and Jason Bale will take over the teaching and coaching. Again, thank you to everyone who helped me get to where I am today, and I look forward to serving this membership as the 23rd president. I'm going to ask at this time if there is any other new business. I'll ask a second time if there is any new business at this time. Since there is no new business, we'll move on to the open forum portion of the meeting. And we will close the formal business. The open forum is now here. I'm asking if there are any items for the open forum. If so, please enter the items into the chat and we will address them. There are no new items for open forum. I want to thank everyone for attending the virtual meeting and wish everyone the best of luck and success over the summer months. And I'm now announcing that the meeting is adjourned. Once again, thank you so much, and I look forward to serving the membership.
The Eternal City. Ancient. Iconic. Epic. Where the foundations of an empire inspired noble leaders who prize courage and respect above all. Great theaters have heralded the bravery of men, triumph and tragedy celebrated on this enduring stage. Before the arches of victory, legions of warriors have fought for honor. Brothers united as one. From these historic ruins, heroes will rise through acts of defiance, confronting their destiny. For allied rivals, all roads lead to Rome and eternal glory.
Jackie,
Yes,
you crushed it, young lady.
thank you.
Thank you.